The meeting will come to order. We will have invocation by Councilman Tabor and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Rubin. Please stand.
Blessings, Father God, on us. Father God, we ask that you bless this meeting. Give us the wisdom we need, Father God. We ask that you bless this parish, Father God, and just control this meeting, Father God, and give us the wisdom we need. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to make the following announcements. This is a public hearing to address the council on any item on this agenda. Please fill out the speaker form to submit your information to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item. Again, prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed over to Council Clerk Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. Again, the 3-minute rule is in effect. Please, no debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. At this time, I ask that you please silence all phones and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by resolution and not Robert's Rules of Order. All documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement in boards or commissions. If interested, please call 291-8800. Couple of chair announcements. Due to the Mardi Gras holiday, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays. Meetings will return to their typical schedule in April. Item number 13, board appointment, emergency medical services. This item will be deferred to allow additional time for the local area mayors to consult on an appointee. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to our Civil Service Director, Mr. Adam Marcantel, which he celebrates on March 15th. One final announcement. Notice is hereby given that at its meeting to be held on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. at the Council Auditorium, 705 West University, Lafayette, Louisiana, the Lafayette Parish Council plans to consider adopting a resolution ordering and calling an election to be held in the parish of Lafayette, state of Louisiana, to authorize the renewal of ad valorem taxes therein. Chair has no further announcements. Any council members have any announcements they would like to make? I do have another one. We do have a council member, Mr. A.B. Rubin, who is celebrating 30 years of marriage to a wonderful lady, and certainly we want to congratulate him. Okay, not seeing any announcements from the council members. Mr. Mayor President, it's to you. Hold on, let me get it over to you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to first announce that Mrs. Rubin has the patience of Job to
You got jokes.
I got jokes. I got jokes. No, congratulations, Councilman, to you and your wife, and it's a great milestone. So we do have budget to actual, Mr. Chair, of the comparison of major parish funds for January 2021. Preliminary, Director Toops is behind me and is ready for any questions that the council may have. Not seeing any, we have an announcement, unless V has a question.
No. Go ahead.
We do have a special person in our audience today, actually several special people, and I know this young man's father very well, having many cases together and being in the trenches and, family law cases specifically. You have people, good people that sometimes are emotional and not always at their best who they are, but it takes a good counsel of law, attorney of law, to be able to be there for their client and be there in an objective manner, but in a loving manner. And I know John Milton is, Reverend John Milton, who's also an attorney and my colleague. But today, we are going to recognize someone that is special to him, his son. And, our parish is blessed. Our great parish is blessed to have amazing people that are willing to answer the call to serve something better than themselves, to make our parish, our community, our state, their particular profession the best that it can be, and amazing. So I am thankful and honored to be able to talk about this young man. So today we honor Mr. Antonio Milton, who is a 22-year-old law student who was born and raised in Karen Crow, Louisiana. There you go. What started out as a love of arguing with his father, and I bet very heated but respectively arguing with his father, John Wayne Milton, who is also an attorney, eventually grew into a passion for the law. Antonio is an extremely bright young man who has been on an accelerated path to getting his degree with the Tulane University School of Law. In February, he was selected to be the new editor-in-chief of the Tulane Law Review, which is a very big deal for any law student. And the Tulane Law Review is one of the best in the country. So we congratulate him on this already impressive accomplishment, but also take a moment to celebrate the monumental fact that he is the first African-American editor-in-chief in the 105-year history of the Tulane Law Review. Antonio will have an important role while also doing his regular class work, mentoring first-year law students and inspiring future students to become more active in the law review. All of this being done through Zoom calls and Zoom meetings during the pandemic. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, I'd like to present a certificate of recognition to Mr. Antonio Milton. Say some words? Put you on the spot, huh?
Let's go. Stand up. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Dad, if you want to run up and take a picture, come into the picture. Yeah, Mom and Dad.
See the reason?
Okay, wait.
Great. Congratulations. Good job.
That is all we have for the executive report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor President. Joint resolutions. Cindy, please read.
Joint Resolution 7, 2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 1600 12th Street to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Need a motion and second. Been moved by Mr. Nakhan, seconded by Mr. Carlson. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Call for the vote.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Resolution 8, 2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 615 Lafayette Street to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated cost.
Need a motion second. Been moved by Mr. Tabor, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion? Not hearing any. Any public comment, Ms. Williams?
No, sir.
Call for the vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Resolution 9, 2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 2210 Moss Street to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated cost.
Need a motion second. Been moved by Mr. Nakhan, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Call for the vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
Ordinances for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. Again, I remind you, the 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, please read.
Parish Ordinance 7, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the Stutes Road Bridge Replacement Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
Need a motion second. Been moved by Mr. Nakhan, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Not hearing any. Let's vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Parish Ordinance 9, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the LUS Road Detention Pond Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
Need a motion second. Been moved by Mr. Nakhan, seconded by Mr. Tabor. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Let's vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Parish Ordinance 10, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the Robley Drive Detention Pond Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
Need a motion second. Been moved by Mr. Nakhan, seconded by Mr. Carlson. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Let's vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
We have an appeal. Cindy, please read.
Appeal of Parish Planning Commission Action, Mills Crossing, case number PC 2021-0011.
I would like to ask the Development and Planning staff or director to the podium to explain.
Good evening, Council. I'm Neil LaBeouf, the Development Manager in Planning and Development. A little overview. Do I have the laptop on? Awesome.
You're doing fine.
All right, great.
You may remove your mask while you're at the mic.
Mills Crossing represents approximately 20.93 acres, proposed to be subdivided into 90 residential lots. The proposed development is located in the unincorporated parish adjacent to Mill Street, Vatican, and Pope Drive. The proposed subdivision was first evaluated in the Area-Wide Development Review Committee on January 20th. Comments returned from ADRC included a requirement for a drainage impact analysis. The proposed subdivision was then heard for preliminary platting at the Parish Planning Commission meeting on February 8th. Mr. Ricks, the development representative, provided an overview of the Mills Crossing development and the project's drainage features, Bayou Karen Crow, and 3 related laterals, as well as the designated flood zones. Mr. Ricks stated a drainage impact study will be provided for this development. Jessica Cornet, Public Works engineer, spoke to the flooding issues in the area and requested the Planning Commission consider adding the requirement of a flood study as a condition of preliminary platting. Commissioners further questioned Ms. Cornet about potential results of the flood and drainage impact studies, and if said studies indicated flooding would be worsened by Mills Crossing, would it be allowed to proceed to development? To which Ms. Cornet stated no. Additionally, Ms. Cornet indicated nearby channels and laterals to the Mills Crossing development are on the list to be cleaned, but did not have a specific time frame. There were 10 speakers who voiced opposition to the proposed development, 1 speaker in support, and 2 comment cards that did not indicate a position. The Parish Planning Commission did approve Mills Crossing for preliminary plat with all conditions and added a flood study as an additional requirement. The developer did not ask for or receive any waivers of conditions. An appeal was filed on February 12th by Mr. Chris Mesh, reasoning the proposed subdivision is in an area that is prone to continuous flooding and poor drainage. It is important to note that preliminary plat does not in any way allow construction of the proposed subdivision as presented. And that's the report.
Okay. Thanks, Neil. Council members, any questions for Mr. Neil? Go ahead, sir.
Mr. LaBeouf, so it's my understanding that per the Lafayette Development Code, less water is going to be leaving the property, putting it in layman's terms, because that's all I understand. Less water from any development or new development is leaving the property compared to what it is now. Isn't it 85% outfall after development compared to pre-development?
So there are some pre and post requirements. I'll defer to Public Works to get into the technical specifications on that.
I think, okay.
Let me do this. Let's hold on council questions, comments for now, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And what I'd like to do is give the appellant an opportunity to speak to us, so we'll have all the information before us, and then we can call you up individually and ask the questions. So let's get the whole body of information. So does the appellant wish to address the council?
The appellate could step forward and address the council.
And again, please state your name and position. So you may come to this mic, sir. We alternate mics. We'll clean one, you use the other one.
My name is Chris.
You may remove your mask also, so we can better hear you.
My name is Chris Mesh. I live at 825 Pope Drive, Karen Crow. I have a book here that I would like to pass to the councilman to look into. It's pictures and just information stating, showing flood in that area. If y'all wouldn't mind me handing it to y'all.
You may give it to our clerk, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mesh.
Okay. Like I said, my name is Chris Mesh. I live at 825 Pope Drive. My home is on the northwest side of the proposed subdivision. I'm here tonight representing myself and 217 other concerned citizens that signed a petition opposing the development Mills Crossing. The flooding continues to worsen as years go by. The surrounding areas around the proposed subdivision, such as Mills, Vatican, Pope, Benoit, Oak Spring subdivision, Frenchman Trail subdivision, just to name a few, continues to be a burden with the rising waters flooding in places that never had high water in the past. Not only do we get rising waters during the periods of heavy rains, we continue to get rising floodwaters long after the rains are over. Due to the poor drainage and the undersized bayou, which is supposed to drain us out during these conditions. On the southwest side, just 150 yards from the proposed subdivision at 213A Vatican Road, the property owner received a letter on November the 12th, 2020, from the Lafayette Consolidated Government stating that the property has been identified as a repetitive loss property. The flood map shows this home is also not in a flood zone as the said property being developed, but has flooded multiple times. We feel, with the few reasons that I've stated and the emails and testimonies of the other concerned residents around the Mills Crossing development, are above and beyond proven facts that this subdivision should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'll go back to council members. Well, actually, we're up for council discussion.
All right.
So we're on stage. Ms. Carney, I think there was a question that was asked earlier. If you would like to come up to the mic and address it for us.
Good afternoon, Council. Yes, Mr. Carlson, you are correct. Whenever we have major, is this not on? Oh.
It's on.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, of course.
When we have a development larger than 2.5 acres, they are required to reduce the peak runoff by 15% from the existing runoff. So that is a requirement of the drainage impact analysis that was on the action letter.
Thank you. And so they're not just meeting the requirements of a drainage impact analysis, but we've asked them to perform a flood study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain what's involved in that as opposed to just a drainage impact analysis?
The drainage impact analysis reviews the 5-year storm. It holds the 25-year in retention, and it is evaluated for the 100-year. A flood study looks at all of the year studies or percent chance, the 5, the 10, 25, 50, 100, and sometimes even the 500. And it basically is similar to a no-rise. Basically, they cannot do any harm to their neighbors. Mm-hmm. So that's it in layman's terms.
Okay. Is it your opinion that if they perform a flood study and fulfill all the requirements of that flood study, that drainage, I mean, as I understand it, wouldn't it improve drainage in the area, even if it's minimally, certainly not having an adverse effect, but minimally improve it because there is less water being outflowed to those channels that are adjacent to the property?
Yes, occasionally we have seen some minimal improvements, but the basis of it is to have no adverse impact to the neighbors and the surrounding properties.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Mr. Tabor.
I don't have any questions. I just want to comment. This is in my district. You sound, Jessica, thank you.
Thanks.
And, you know, I understand it passed, and it was approved. But I think we need to look at the other issue. I'm with the residents. We have flooding issues there already. It's just going to make it worse, in my opinion. I wish there was a way we can put it on hold and do all the studies first, but it doesn't appear that's the way it works. So, you know, I'm going to support the residents. I think this is again, it was approved. We don't want to hinder construction, but we need to look at it closer, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Nakam.
Yes, sir. Check, check. All right. No, I kind of agree with you, Mr. Tabor. I guess the thing I need to ask planning and zoning, or Ms. Jessica, if you can come back. It's my understanding that the requirements, it's possible that the developer can go through all that and then realize he's sitting on a piece of property that he really can't get the lots that he wants, and it's probably not as profitable, because if indeed the flood study comes back and the drainage study comes back and it is found that this is not the right site and the best appropriate subdivision or development, then it's possibly that it never gets off the ground. He basically says, all the requirements you're making me to do in the flood study, I mean, some of these studies can cost $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. So I guess my assurance is, you know, has the developer gone through all of the checklists? And the thing is, he can't scratch the ground or break ground without assuring LCG and the planning and zoning that he has met all of those requirements.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we've seen some developments either modify their layouts, reduce the number of lots. Sometimes some developments just financially don't happen. We usually don't find out about those until many months later.
Right.
But yes, we've seen both of those scenarios over the years.
I can appreciate the process that we have today because I've been here for 9, 10 years, and I can assure the residents that prior years, they wouldn't even been required to do a drainage study. They wouldn't have been required to do any of that. You know, they would have basically developed, and it would have been up to the council to approve or not. But the one thing that we should all appreciate in this process is the fact that it looks scary, and I understand the residents in the pictures. Thank you for sending. I mean, I think those roads were probably on TV 10 when the last Karen Crow flood happened. They were getting people out of boats in that area because that's how deep the water looks. And I'm with you in that regards, in the fear, and we don't want to have our homes flood again. I guess the reassurance I can tell you is that we do have a process now that doesn't just automatically, someone buys the land, puts up a plat in front of the planning commission, and all of a sudden just starts building houses. I mean, according to what he went through and all of the checklists, I mean, he's did everything that he's supposed to do. But that still doesn't guarantee that the project's going to exist, for the simple fact that he has to meet all of these other requirements in the study. And if it doesn't meet our requirements, it won't happen. Or he'll find out that he can't get but 10 or 20 or 15 lots instead of the 90 that he wanted, you know, so the project might not even come off the ground. All I can assure you is that it's not just a check off, boom, start scratching the ground. I mean, he has to meet the requirements of LCG and make sure that they meet it to the fullest, or the development doesn't happen. That is the best process that we have in place today. It was never that way before. And the one thing that I respect about being a parish councilman for all these years and represented the majority of the unincorporated area was, I know when development's coming, it's coming to the unincorporated area. There's only so much land in the city of Lafayette or the municipality. So developers are going to look for those fields and look for the sugarcane and those areas where they can build a subdivision. Well, we all know fields and farmland has held water there forever. And when you start developing on it, the fear is, well, where's all that water going to go? So it's up to our engineers and up to planning and zoning and our department to make sure that we have the right things in place to assure, one, the residents next door, but also the person that has bought the land and has an investment and goes through all of these things and spends $30,000 on the study. And if he spends $30,000, $20,000, does all of these things and checks it off, and all of a sudden this council denies the project, and he basically followed the letter of the law. Been on a council where we've been sued before, and the parish gets sued because he did everything right. And I guess what I'm saying is, if the shoe was on the other foot and we was the developer, we would want to make sure we're protecting the citizens and the investment, and if neither one works, then we have to walk away from the project, and it just stays empty, you know? So I just want to make sure I'm clear, and then the residents are clear, that if it were to pass, doesn't mean the project goes on. Means that they basically have to meet all of those requirements. And the developer at that point, once he gets the price tag of the study and jump through, does all of those things, it just might not well be suitable for him to do that.
Yes, your vote tonight would be to let it progress to design
Go through the
and
process,
development or Right.
not necessarily be a done deal, slam dunk, but for the developer to go
process.
through all of these processes and steps in order to determine if it's a viable project.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, so much.
Mr. Rubin.
Thank you. That's pretty much what I was going to try to make sure that we clarify too, that even though no matter what we say tonight, the developer still has a long ways to go before he can put his shovel in the ground.
Yes, sir. They have to go through an extensive engineering review. We have a checklist that we make sure things are taken care of, and they also have to be designed by a licensed professional engineer in the state of Louisiana. And there, we take a code of ethics as a professional to protect life safety and property.
Okay, thanks.
Jessica and Mr. Carlson, I'm coming to you. I'm going to get a word in right here. There are 22 conditions, and there are 8 plat revisions. Total of 30. All 30 must be met before we can put the shovel into the ground. Yes.
I'm pretty sure, I can't remember all of the conditions. I
Well,
think some of them are kind of more for the plat, not for construction, but yes, all the
Well,
construction
they're
requirements.
conditions, and conditions means in order to go forth, you've got to meet those conditions.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a workload in itself. We are talking about at least 5, maybe more of those conditions that deals with drain impact studies, analysis, whatever it might be. So we've got the waterfront pretty well covered in terms of what is required in terms of the drainage.
Yes, sir.
How long before we see any work done on the channels, the ditches that surround or in that area?
Many of them have been cleaned out recently, and I know Bayou Karen Crow Lateral 9A is in the works right now. But we are very much aware that this area has issues, and the Drainage Department has worked diligently to clean as many of those channels as we can, and the Drainage Maintenance Program has given us the opportunity to clean some of the ones that were a little bit out of the reach of our in-house
Okay.
crews.
So Jessica, any work that's done by the engineers today will be done on the current conditions of those channels and those ditches?
Yes, sir. We do not allow them to anticipate future conditions. It has to be designed on what's out there today as a precaution to make sure it functions.
So we are talking about extensive engineering work in this case.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this obviously is going to be the case. Can the plat be revised? And I think I did hear the answer to this question, from 100+ homes down to, let's say, 30 homes to better accommodate the issue of flooding.
Yes, as the design professional goes through and works the numbers and see where things work, where things perhaps don't work, they can reduce the number of lots easily. They cannot increase the number of lots
Correct.
without going back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, I heard that this is in a flood zone, and I must...
No.
Oh, okay, and that was my question. And but FEMA has not done a full evaluation of that area at this point, right?
Correct. The Bayou Karen Crow channel, the model for Bayou Karen Crow ends many miles short of this particular property. The Bayou Karen Crow drainage basin is definitely one of the squirreliest ones we have in the parish. It goes around the parish. So yes, they are in Zone X. Unfortunately, that is not because it was studied and determined to be in a area of minimal risk. It's basically in a flood zone X because that is the default from FEMA, and if they have not studied an area at all, they give it a designation of X.
So that does not mean that it does not have the designations or the possibility of the flood zone and so forth, the conditions.
Correct. Nationally, over 20% of all FEMA flood claims are from Zone X.
Okay, so they have to build at base flood level +1.
They will have to determine base flood level, and then they will have to build at +1.
+1.
Yes.
We have any idea how much dirt's going to have to be pulled in? Again, I'm assuming that we have the no-fill policy that's going to kick in as well.
Well, this is technically not in a special flood hazard area, so no-net fill does not directly apply to this property.
Really?
Under the current regulations. But because the Planning Commission did add a flood study, that is going to take into account kind of that swap of what they're going to dig out and what they're going to raise up. It's going to be hydraulically proven instead of just geometrically proven.
But Jessica, certainly we're not going to let them start hauling in a whole lot of dirt to build up the pads and all, are we? Or are we going to put them on stilts?
Possibly. We would love a few more.
So I get to fish off the back porch? Okay.
Yeah. In the study, whenever they design it, they will have to determine what elevation is safe for the new homes. Obviously, we don't want to build a new subdivision where people have issues with their homes, but we also don't want to exacerbate an existing problem with anyone who lives around a development. So yes, they will probably, we turtle back all of our lots generally. You want your house to be higher than the road. So there will be some, and they're going to have to dig down for the retention requirements, the drainage system, and all of that. But the exact scoop for scoop of no-net fill is not currently a regulation in this area. But the flood study will make sure that there's no negative impact.
But the flood study would indicate in terms of how much backfill they can put, I would think, huh?
Yes, it would have to be, it will be a design that basically says this elevation for 5 acres, this elevation for 3
Yes.
acres, and this elevation for however many.
So all of these studies that we're going to do cannot put one drop more of water off that property onto the neighbors.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's, in theory, that's what we're talking about. Okay. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we deny the appeal.
I need a second. I need a second. You did? Oh, okay, it's been moved by Mr. Carlson, seconded by Mr. Nakhan, that we deny the appeal. Ms. Williams, any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do have public comment.
Excuse me, before I get to it, the Mayor President has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I do, and I'll wait till the vote, but or I'll defer to the vote. But I do want to tell the residents, especially the gentleman that came up to talk and obtain the 217 signatures you mentioned. That takes a lot of dedication and commitment to not only your home but your neighborhood. So please know that that does not go unnoticed. From what I'm hearing, and Councilman Nakhan, I think did a really good job of explaining the process, because a lot of this is new, not only in the LDC, but in our former UDC too, had some drainage impact requirements. If the council upholds the Planning Commission's decision, I really hope that y'all hone in on what Councilman Nakhan said, that there's so many more steps that have to be taken before development actually occurs. And it may come to a point where they reduce the lots to such a degree that it's not developable or not profitable to develop. But drainage, I will say, Jessica, you do a great job, Neil, and all you guys in Public Works. We are all committed to preventing flooding in the homes and the buildings. And I think you sense the passion that Jessica brought to the microphone. She brings, it's 20 times the amount when we have these meetings. So we don't take this lightly at all. So, but without you coming to the council, without you obtaining those signatures, we wouldn't have this dialogue. So it's very appreciative. I know the council appreciates it, and I know the administration appreciates it. So thank you for doing that.
No, excuse me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor President. Mr. Nakam?
If there's anything that we should learn from this is when the upcoming budget comes in, and obviously it's not in my district, but with the photos that they put out there, I strongly suggest improving that intersection in that area with some major capital improvements within the drainage, regardless if this development happens, because what I just saw in that photo book and the time the gentleman took, obviously, if anything's going to go there in the future, I'd like to see the money go in Mr. Tabor's district and take care of that area because they deserve it, you know, regardless. And there's not a lot of times that we're able to do that, but with this parish council, the way we have each other's back, obviously, the residents are coming to us out of fear. And if it doesn't go their way tonight, and I say go their way, it's not about, it's got to be one way or the other, but even though they know they got to go through the guidelines, there's still going to be some fear and some reaction that they're scared. But I think the right thing to do is, regardless of how this goes tonight, is that area gets attention for capital projects and for drainage projects, you know. And so I want to share that, you know, when you ask the council members what's on our bucket list, Mr. Tabor, I suggest, as your friend, you take care of those residents and make sure they get some capital improvements in that area. So the photos are great, and that's the kind of things that the council needs to see, administration needs to see. Because you can clean ditches and all that, that sounds all good, but if we're not analyzing the pipes and how much water is coming into that area, then we're not doing you guys justice. So I would like to see some capital improvements in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakam. Mr. Mayor President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Narcan. Also, I just want to piggyback off that. This area and those pictures are heart-wrenching. It's more than we could even describe. And again, we don't take it lightly. That area from the flood, 5-10 years ago, to even rainstorms that hit a certain area under certain conditions, for whatever reason, there's a lot of water that just pours in that particular area. We are looking at it. I am glad to hear the commitment on capital projects geared towards that particular area. And I know, Mr. Tabor, we've spoken about this even before your appeal. So your councilman is working hard for you, and I think you know that, though. So, but yes, it would come with the full support of the administration. I'll tell you that.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to public comments if we have some cards. Ms. Williams?
We did have 2 citizens who signed in, did not wish to speak in opposition to the appeal. We had 6 citizens who emailed the council office, and I think it's in opposition to the project, to the drainage. So 2 did not wish to speak in opposition, 6 emailed the council in opposition. We do have 6 speakers signed in, the first of which is Kevin Savant, and he will be followed by Karen Savant.
And again, yes, either one.
Either one.
And I'll remind you of the 3-minute rule, and you may remove your mask to speak.
And if Karen could come up too, so she could start right after Mr. Savant.
Good afternoon, or good evening. Hopefully you received some of my emails that I sent to you, and what I'm going to say to Mr. Carson, Mr. Nakam, and Mayor President, what's unique about this area, it's flat. It doesn't drain. We don't flood because it rains a lot. We flood because the rainwater does not drain. Mr. Ricks, who's the developer's engineer, and Ms. Cornet can attest to this. The drainage in this area is poor at best. It doesn't start flowing until it gets past Vatican Park, which is like in the 900 block, well west of this, and that's the issue. Oak Springs and French Trail subdivision, there's no doubt about it. The Uniform Development Code, y'all have done some great work in instituting new conditions for development since those 2, but there's no better example than those 2 subdivisions in this area. Those 2 subdivisions are less than a half mile from this proposed development. The drainage will not be improved. Ms. Cornet even said in the other board meeting that we'd have to dredge it and take 50 feet of property on those 3 laterals that go into the Bayou Carencro that meet one that gets the water out of there. That's not going to happen. You can clean the ditches as much as you want, but the problem is it doesn't flow. This is a unique area. Mr. Ricks even stated this. There's 2,500 acres east of this and in the near vicinity of this that's just flat. It doesn't flow. We flood because it back floods. The water is stagnant and it just keeps going into the ditches. The ditches and canals can't handle it, and it just starts backing up and backing up. To Mr. Carson's point, what I would like to know is, sure, the development is going to take care of all the rainwater that's coming off the roofs and the slabs, but what's going to happen when the rest of the surrounding water starts encroaching on this development? Where is it going to go? How is it going to handle this? It doesn't handle it now. I'm in opposition to it, and I would hope that you would overturn or disapprove the board's preliminary plat approval. It just doesn't make sense. 15 acres of concrete in this area, and it's a unique area. I encourage you to get your hands on, have Mr. Ricks come present what he presented to you, and listen. It's just a very unique area. There's other areas, I guess, that flood as much, but this is just a very unique area. I live just north of it. I've been there 25 years. 2012 and 2016, you can take that out of it, but 3 to 4 inches of rain, the streets are flooded, and this is not going to help. I thank you for your time. I appreciate you educating yourselves, because we sure did, and if it goes forward, you'll definitely be hearing from us.
Thank you, sir.
Karen, did you want to speak? Okay, she's in opposition to the drainage component of the project. Aaron Napo Jr., followed by Linda Mesh.
Good afternoon. My name's Aaron Newwood Jr. I live at,
Mr. Lepo, if you would speak into the mic so we can just pull it towards, there you go.
I live at 222 Vatican Road. I live on the west side. I have 19 acres across from where the subdivision is supposed to be built. My thing is, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a drainage analysis. I can tell you, though, if you have a flat spot and you put dirt in that flat spot, that water's going to go somewhere else. And people that have been having houses there for 20, 25 years, it's going to come in my house. It don't take an engineer to figure that out. 22 acres of dirt, if they pick it up, any dirt they add to it, it's going to hurt everyone in that area. It's not just the drainage crews or nothing like that. It's just the flat spot that we live on. Maybe we shouldn't have bought there, but that's how it is. Any dirt you're going to put on that lot next to us is going to hurt everybody around there. When you're putting sandbags to keep water out of your house, and you see people hauling dirt in next to your house, it's kind of, kind of hurts a little bit. You can't do nothing about it. And you know you can't drain the coulees and all that because it just backs up. The water coming off of the subdivision is not a problem. It's the water coming back from Bayou Carencro that hurts. So if y'all build up that area with any kind of dirt, they're going to have a lot of houses going to flood in that area. They may not have flooded before, but they will now, I guarantee you. So that's all I have to say is please think about what I'm telling y'all. It's not about just the analysis and the drainage, whatever they look at. It's about adding dirt to a low-lying area that's going to divert the water somewhere else on our property, in our homes. That's the whole thing that we're kind of concerned about. It's the backflow, not the water that runs off. They can do all the studies they want on the runoff. It's not that. It's the backflow that's going to hurt. Any other dirt that's hauled in over there. Thank y'all for your time. Man.
Thank you, sir.
Linda Mesh, followed by Al Roger.
Okay. I've been living in my house at 825 Pope Drive. Most of the pictures are by homes. I built my house 17 inches higher in 1999 than standard requirements. You're talking about building mills up higher, Mills Crossing? I'm right next door. You will be flooding me because my water flows to them. And then from there, it backs up. It's not just about the roads flooding. Our yards are flooding. And then Pope Drive, when they just redid it about 8 years ago, they had like the dirt, they were having problems, and they put like this concrete thing in, and our road is already higher. It used to not, the water used to not cover the roads. Today, it's starting to flow over the road in front of my house. At the corner of the stop sign, it would go over the road. But now, I don't know, the water is backing up, it's increasing. And I don't know if y'all realize, Oak subdivision is the subdivision that is always on the news with the water. And I have pictures in the back of that photo albums from Oak Springs, which is August of 2020. You can see it's still flooded. They're still building homes. You also mentioned the developer, they care about us. I disagree, because I went in Frenchman's Trail, call it creek all the time, when they were building a house and it was blacking out and the garage was open. I've seen 18 to 2 feet of water in that garage. Today that house is still, they finished building it, and that is the worst house in that subdivision. Go, all on the side is sandbags. So I don't think developers care about the people who buys their homes or the people that live around there. It's about the profit, take it and leave us the expense of flooding. I don't have water in my house yet. It's close. It keeps coming up higher. More water comes every year. So, and the water, like the backflow, it drains, it goes to the bayou, it stops, and it just keeps coming back. There's nowhere else to go. So you can't, I mean, I don't see them fixing this until they dredge out the Karen Crow Bayou to give it more area to drain. Also, we have barricades up. The parish should know, because you have to get a work order to put up barricades. This is a hot spot, a flooded hot spot. So I hope y'all reconsider and don't pass this.
Thank you, Ms. Mesh. Next speaker.
Al Roger, followed by the final speaker, Jimmy Rick.
How y'all doing, Council?
Fine, sir.
My main concern right now is I just hope this governing body doesn't do the same mistake they did for Oak Springs. I went in there and tried to explain them what was going to happen, and they well told me I didn't know what I was talking about. We worked that property years ago. We ran cattle on that property. The reason we got out of that back property was because it would flood. They told me that, I think the city engineer was Mr. Larry Broussard at the time. He told me it was going to take 17 inches of rain to flood that. That's false information. You get 4 inches of rain and they're out. You know, these people in Oak Springs, they don't get to finish repairing the damage that's done from one flood when another one comes in. I live at 133 Dillon. I used to never have water coming up on our road. It's coming up there. And to Mr. Mayor Guillory's thing, a lot of the water problem is, I'm going to tell you what it is. They came and they they dug it from Mills all the way to Dillon. This was to satisfy the people, make the people in Oak Springs think they were doing something. What they did right here is made a retention pond from Mills to Dillon. Because what happens, the water leaves Dillon, coming to Mills. It comes quick. It's coming from this way. When it gets there, it's backing up back to Oak Springs, and then it's heading up Mills. I run cattle about, I guess, on the corner of Benoit and Vatican Road. I run cattle there. And I was in 17 in the water up to here. And it's not if it's going to happen again. It will happen. And these houses, these people are going to get burnt. And I wouldn't want the council to make, if I'd have been a council member in time on the city planning zoning committee, I'd feel bad because I gave them the right to do this and said it wasn't. And you know, actually, it's not said we're in a flood zone, but we actually are in a flood zone right here. I don't care how you look at it. And a lot of it is the drainage, but you can't go in the middle of a pasture, give you an example, in the middle of a pasture, dig here, and not open this side and that side. Where the water's going to come, it's going to come right back. And Mill Street is actually a canal now when it rains. I was born and raised in that area, and we ran cattle on that property all the time. The road would flood, that I grant. But now, you get 2 inches of rain, the property has water on. This subdivision will be in a bind. And it's not that I'm against a subdivision, it's just, I see what happened to the people in Oak Springs. And this is exactly what's gonna happen again right here. I thank y'all and hopefully y'all can.
Thank you, sir.
Final speaker, Jimmy Rick.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of the landowner, and like a lot of them said, we presented some information at the Planning Commission meeting, just kind of explaining the drainage in the area, and we are in the process of evaluating all those things. We started the flood study that was required by Public Works. Initial flood study indicated to me that it was pretty clear maybe 90 lots would not be feasible, so the owners asked us to evaluate what's afforded him in the ordinance to reduce and see what is feasible. So we had some legwork done trying to evaluate some drainage problems in the area, so we were able to utilize that information to begin the flood study, and we have an inundation map prepared. So with that inundation map, we're able to evaluate the field, what you were questioning Jessica about. One of the speakers worried about building up fill here. We're going to have to create that storage void. It's obvious it's going to take more than the 20% that was originally allocated for the property, which means a significant reduction in lots if it is able to be developed. The owner just asked that he be able to continue to do what's afforded him in the ordinance and go through the process. Have any other questions, technical questions for?
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
No other speakers, Mr. Chair.
No other speakers? Coming your way, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor President.
Mr. Chair, briefly, if I could ask Mr. Ricks 1 or 2 questions that might help the council. While you're walking up, I'll ask Mr. Ricks. So you represent the owner of the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if it goes to the process, the council finds that the LDC would require to not grant the appeal, the owner or the developer continues to go through the process, they make a decision, it's not worth developing. I would ask that you talk to the owner as I discuss capital projects with the council, and we maybe come back together, because if that property is prone to help these folks with drainage, because that's what I'm hearing loud and clear, I'm hearing the support of a council for capital projects to help it. This may be an area where we could have some synergy and help people, but I know you're not in a position to answer that right now.
Well,
so.
it's obvious it's an area that needs help. We weren't running for that. We faced that, and in my position, we're trying to present science and facts and try to be independent of the emotion and the feeling. And seeing all the pictures, our science does back up what some of the pictures show. The flood water is higher than the FEMA maps show it to be. So as they've stated, the water drains from over by Pelican Park some 3-4 miles away, and 2, 3, 4 hours after a rain event, it's still meandering through all of that portion of area, Karen Crow, and it gets here, and Bayou Karen Crow is not draining, so it essentially acts as a dam. So as the water comes in and it can't go out, it builds up. So it needs some collection basins for floodwaters to store. So we've done some initial looks at that just to see what can be done, and I think they can there are some ideas that could help in that area, and I'm glad both Mr. Notkin and Mr. Tabor brought that up.
I just ask that you have those discussions with the owner of the property. I'll continue to talk to our council and hear from the public and see if we can find some ways to help these folks. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the council members? At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Escott to clarify our motion and what the vote would mean. Mr. Escott.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The motion on the floor is a motion to deny the appeal, which means that if you vote yes to that motion, it approves the Planning Commission's decision of granting preliminary plat approval, and the project would go forward. If you vote no, then it would depend on what the vote is, but yes vote allows the development to go forward.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the council?
Process, right.
Any questions from the council members? In terms of what Mr. Escott just said, we understand. Mr. Nakam.
Just to be clear, the process, not the project going forward.
Correct.
Right? Correct. All right.
Okay. Mr. Rubin.
And I'm pretty much where Mr. Nakhan's at right now as well. This is my first time voting on something as so, and I'm feeling the residents. I'm also feeling the developers, and I know we have issues about trust issues, but I give the benefit of the doubt on the first go-round. So we're going to hopefully trust that the process is done properly and we do right by the people, no matter how the vote goes on tonight. So I just wanted to share that with everyone, my opinion on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Any other comments from the council? Call for the vote.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1.
No.
The motion to deny the appeal is approved.
Announcement of vacancies on boards, commissions. Cindy, please read.
A vacancy exists on the Lafayette Waterworks District South Board as of April 1st, 2021. This is a one-year term. Applicants must be district residents. Individuals wishing to submit a resume for the above volunteer vacancies must be a registered voter and a resident of Lafayette Parish. Yearly ethics training for all appointees is required as is financial disclosure under certain circumstances. Resumes are to be forwarded to Veronica L. Williams, Clerk of the Council, P.O. Box 4017-C, Lafayette, Louisiana 70502, or email to bclafayette@lafayettela.gov, no later than noon Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021, with appointments to be made at the April 6, 2021 regular meeting of the Lafayette Parish Council. Resume submissions are public record.
And as a reminder, item number 13 has been deferred. Item number 13. Consider appointments by the council as a whole to boards, commissions. Cindy, please read.
Appointment to the Lafayette Civil Service Board for a 4-year term effective February 1st, 2020. This nomination is listed. This nomination list provided by Ashram in lieu of Louisiana State University.
I need nominations. Mr. Tabor.
I nominate Zeiler.
Zeiler has been nominated. Any other nominations from the council? Any other nominations?
Did you announce the nominees?
No, I did not, and I will do that at this
Okay,
point.
thank you.
Julie Broussard, Kylie Pungy, Mashita Givens, Andrea Hebert, and James Zeiler are the candidates. My apology. All right, so we have James Zeiler that has been nominated. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Council discussion on Mr. James Zeiler? Not hearing any. Ms. Williams, public comment?
No, sir.
Call for the vote.
District 3.
James Zeiler.
District 4.
James Zeiler.
District 5. District 1. District 2.
Yes.
James Zeiler is appointed.
Joint introductory ordinance. Cindy, please read.
Joint Ordinance 12, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the Homewood Drive Detention Pond Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
I need comments from the public concerning the above introductory ordinance. Ms. Williams? I'm going by the notes that have been handed to me. Is that correct, Ms. Williams?
Yeah, ask for a motion in a second.
I need a motion and second. Motion by Mr. Nakam. Seconded by Mr. Rubin. All right, we have a motion and second. Council discussion. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, public comment.
Yes, sir, we do have 5 speakers signed in for this item, the first of which is Wayne Colvin, and he will be followed by Ed Abel Jr. Wayne Colvin is first. Yeah, you can stay here, Mr. Abel. You can.
Mr. Abel, you may stand at this mic if you want. And you may lower your mask when you're speaking to us, so we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Wayne Colvin, 105 Woodward Drive, Lafayette. I live in Riverwood subdivision. I've communicated to many of you regarding my thoughts, and I've talked to some of you in discussions and emails, and I've done a lot of research on this, and I've had to pull it by talking to people, trying to set up meetings, walking the canal, driving my car into Vermilion Parish, trying to find out the drainage, because this project takes water from the Ile de Cons that drains so much of western and northern Lafayette, and it hits the river, and you want to take the crest of the river and dump it into the east side of the river over into these detention ponds that's on Homewood Drive that are adjacent to the property of Riverwood subdivision where I live and many other residents live. This is study. It has no background because the details are not there. The engineering has not been done. And it seems like we're trying to get public requisition for it before we know what's really going on. I think there's a problem because not only does it drain property from western Lafayette and north all the way from Scott, but it drains a significant part of Vermilion Parish, some 30,000 acres. I drove it, looked at the tributaries, Granger's Canal, and those coulees that drain into it. And they're building subdivisions just like we build subdivisions in the rural areas. You go down Johnson Street, cross over the bridge at Maurice, and right down on the left, you see a large subdivision going in. There's some on both sides of 92. We're dumping the water on the east side of the river. There's no model that we've ever experienced that says take water from one side of the river and dump it on the other. There's vacant land when you look at photoshops to say, hey, there's other spots that we can take water further up Ile de Cons and lessen the flow of the water down so it doesn't hit so much. I've talked to people that are more knowledgeable about this, hydrologists and civil engineers, that say the water capacity that these ponds can hold will not be sufficient to drop the water level in the river more than 2 or 3, 4 inches maybe at best. So this is not going to cause a significant one. It could open our area up for more potential flooding, which we don't really have a problem for now. Then it would create a maintenance things. Who's going to maintain the levee? Who's going to maintain the inflows and the outflows? What we're going to do with the health hazards that these problems create?
Mr. Colvin, your time.
Next speaker is Ed Abel Jr., and he will be followed by Douglas Kuntz.
Good evening. And
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor. Ed Abel, I represent the Bendel Partnership. I'm a member of the Honor Bain Law Firm. We've represented Bendel interest for many years. And Bendel Partnership owns 370 acres, which are apparently identified as the property at interest here to use for flooding relief. And Ms. Lisa Rostat is here from Houston representing the Bendel Partnership. We're not opposed to the operation. We need to know a lot more information than we've seen so far, but I want to assure the council that we are available here in Lafayette, ready to sit and talk, and we need to see the plats, how much property you need, and how much you're willing to pay for it. So those are the matters of interest to us, and we're here when you're ready to talk, and so call us, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abel. You told me you could do it within 3 minutes, and you sure did. Good job. Next speaker.
Douglas Coons, followed by Bob Hammock.
Good evening. My name is Doug Kuntz. I live at 202 Oak Brook Boulevard, which is just north of the proposed detention pond. My biggest concern is for the 16 flood, which was naturally a once-in-a-lifetime flood. The water that we had in our subdivision, fortunately, well, for me, I didn't receive water in my house. My neighbor did, and many others in the areas where it's low, unfortunately got water. My experience being in construction for 25 years and developing retention ponds for a lot of these shopping centers and businesses and stuff, my experience is the lack of maintaining them and seeing the flooding that we get from just thunderstorms, flash floods, where when you, when you're going to go in and I'm assuming, dig down, you're changing the dirt, the normal saturation rate of that property. So as of now, with the rain that we get, and since 2016, the city has, and the Lafayette Consolidated Government, the parish part, has cleaned some canals that drain our subdivision, and it has helped. But on the adverse side of that, we get 20, 30-minute hard rain showers, and we have rivers in our roads that, I've lived there for 5 years. The first year and a half almost that I lived there had zero issues. And the 16 flood happened, and it's like it just, I don't know if it plugged up culverts, plugged up catch basins, but it just seems like now we can't even handle a 30-minute shower without pulling your hair out because the water comes up almost to your front doorstep. Like I said, again, my biggest concern is just being that I've done this my whole life, 25 years as an adult. I just don't have the faith, with no disrespect, I have no faith in the parish's ability to maintain these ponds, because most people don't know this, but Kali Saloon has been lowered almost 4 to 5 foot to be used as a retention pond to not flood the neighborhoods. From 2016, from the water they had, they saw that, well, we can use this to get water out of neighborhoods and on the streets, and I think it's a great idea. Not many people know that. Same thing they did to Verrott School Road. They dropped it. A lot of people don't know Ambassador Caffrey. That's why it floods all the time. When it was built to be used as a retention pond. I just don't see the point for what Mr. Wayne was saying. You bringing all this water from the west side to the east side, it makes absolutely no sense. I have offices on the river in both Abbeville and Lafayette, and when we flood, Abbeville doesn't flood. So
thank you, sir.
The drainage, it doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense.
Appreciate the comments.
Bob Hammock, followed by the final speaker, Harold Shuffler.
Good evening, councilmen, and you're all men here, no women. But anyway, my name is Bob Hammock, 411 Beverly Drive. I've spoken numerous times to this body concerning flooding issues. And my point, since I only have 3 minutes, that I want to make in an overall sense is detention ponds are expensive, and you get you get almost minimal, nominal, zero benefit from them, okay? We have natural features in the Tesh Vermilion watershed that are large detention areas. Two of them are, the two biggest ones are Lake Foss Point and Cypress Island Swamp. Lake Foss Point, when the Corps of Engineers built the western wall of the levee for the Chafalaya Basin, they purposefully left Lake Foss Point on the west side of it to allow that to be used for drainage and retention. Cypress Island Swamp is 100,000 acres of land. It's now blocked off because when they dredged the river in the 1950s, they created spoil banks. And they, when the water flows north, it can't get into Cypress Island quickly enough. You would open up 100,000 acre feet of retention in Cypress Island Swamp if you would just knock down those spoil banks. It could probably be done for less than $1 million, okay? Now here we have this Homewood project. You want to spend $35 million on 2,500 acre feet, or yeah, 2,500 acre feet of detention, and at a cost of $14,000 an acre. If you did an apples-to-apples comparison of Cypress Island Swamp in terms of the amount of 100,000 acres at $14,000 an acre, it'd be $1.4 billion. So if you want to try to dig your way out of this problem, rather than use the natural retention that's already there and is a beautiful, elegant, simple economic solution, you can go ahead and spend $1.4 billion. But as a taxpayer, as a citizen, I'm vehemently opposed to such a totally irresponsible and wasteful use of public money. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Final speaker, Harold Shuffler.
First of all, I want to thank you all for addressing this flood issue. I'm concerned that the program you're putting before us is not very much of a solution. We oppose this totally. It's a big loss of farmland, mostly Keene land, but it's not only the 250 acres that you're taking to make the pond. You got to deal with putting 4 or 5 million acres of dirt somewhere. That'll be on somebody else's farm. And probably most of the clay will never grow cane or rice or anything like that. So it's just a horrendous waste. It's a project that'll need Corps permits, at least 2. You're going to have to backflow into these things, which means you have control gates. Somebody's going to have to pay for that and maintain them. You got to keep them empty. It means the willows and the chicken trees and all will grow like crazy. Somebody's going to have to keep that cut or it won't act as a retention. You got a fiscal issue to deal with. You have, if you look at that project and all the other retention ponds we have in Lafayette, you're only looking at 4,000 surface acre feet. The flood that came through in 2016 was 291,000 surface acre feet. If you have all these ponds empty and the big rain comes, you're lowering the water into my less than an inch. You just soon go there with a 5-gallon bucket and start bailing. The difference won't be measurable. This is a waste of money, a waste of resources. We have a lot better things to do for a lot less money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I give a few thoughts here, I do want to say thank you to Mr. Scheffler, and I see my man Tommy Gilbo back there, and Mr. Wayne, Dave. I'm probably missing a few, Mr. Abel, everybody that took the time to come out here. I learned a lot in the campaign for this position, and I think you guys, some of you guys, if not all of you guys, did as well, from these gentlemen that took the time to come and talk today. And and I didn't have a public works department to go and ask questions to, or civil engineers or hydrologists or all that good stuff. So I am very much personally thankful for these gentlemen, just not even for coming tonight, just for what you do. Okay, just a few thoughts. Cypress Island, could not agree with you more. There's a couple issues there that we are working through, and it's heavily on our radar. My other friend here, you're absolutely correct. That is, if you're going to do detention in this parish, or in this region, I cannot think of a bigger pond that would, or a bigger project that would help us in lowering the water levels in the Tesh Vermilion watershed. You are absolutely spot on. And it is as simple as removing the spoil banks, okay? So we are working on the design, but we do have a partner in that because a lot of that water would go into St. Martin Parish. So I'm talking to President Cedars, who is very welcoming to this idea. He's talking to his parish council, our Public Works Department. Mr. Naveau in the audience right now. They've already communicated with St. Martin's Public Works Director and their department. And not only would it benefit Lafayette and the Tesh Vermilion watershed and all that good stuff, there's some other engineering that can happen in the swamp that would actually help St. Martin Parish as well. So it's really a lot of synergy, so cannot support this project enough. So that's to the northern part of our parish. As far as Homewood, to the southern part of our parish, this is one of many possible projects, and this particular step is one step of many that could be required or will be required. The gentleman mentioned the Corps of Engineers. They're not going to issue a permit if the science is not there. Our own Public Works Department is not going to allow us to go forward if the science and engineering is not there. I won't let us go forward if I'm not convinced through people that have been to school and trained in this area, or in addition to having feedback from the public until we're at that point. So on that note, this is on intro. This is a necessity ordinance only. It's one of many, many steps that would have to occur. And we don't even know if this project could be bedded out to be a solution, but it's worth looking into. And I think you guys, if I know the spirit of Dredge Vermilion, there's no harm in looking into this. Lastly, and I hope I don't steal your thunder, Councilman, but the Councilman Carlson, who represents this area, is doing a fantastic job. We've been working with the residents. So this Tuesday night, we'll have a town hall in that area. And anybody that's attending, I don't want you to feel pressured that you have to get all the questions answered, because we may not have all the answers that night. So hopefully it's one of many that we do to further the dialogue, to further the discussion. But it can't hurt to look into this, and it may help. And we can't look into it further without the necessity ordinance. So I appreciate the council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further discussion from the council? Ms. Williams, call for the vote?
Yes, sir.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to introduce is approved.
Okay, thanks. I was just advised by our attorney that, again, according to our rules, we meet for an hour and a half, and it looks like we're going to exceed the 1.5 hours. So I will need a motion to surpass that by 30 minutes. I'll entertain a motion. Been moved by Mr. Nakis, seconded by Mr. Tabor, that we extend our meeting by 30 minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Not hearing any, so ordered. At this time, we'll turn to comments from the public. And again, this is a time period when you can speak to any item that is not or was not on the agenda for this evening. Anything but what's on the agenda. So, Ms. Williams, again, I'll remind you that there is a 3-minute rule. No debating or confrontational statements or personal attacks will be allowed. We do have others that will want to speak. So again, I reiterate the 3-minute rule. Ms. Williams, do we have any speakers?
Yes, sir, we do. We have 2 speakers, the first of which is Sharon Glover, and she will be followed by Loomis St. Julian.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Minix Glover. I reside at 100 Blossom Circle in Carencro, Tanakan. First, I want to say thanks to Mr. Joseph Garden-Wiltz, who's been very patient with me since September of 20. I've been calling him about the address of 2901 West Gloria Switch. I just sent some pictures around. It's a sore eye. We started to see rodents. There's a young man bought a house there about 3.5 years ago. We've attempted to talk to him. Now there's probably about 7 or 8 cars. There's riding lawnmowers with trees falling on top. Environmental control and developmental planning have come out. Those cases have been closed. The most recent update I received this week is that we have someone reviewing the ordinance again for sore eyes and, what can we do? And I totally get that, and I understand everything takes time when we have someone new in place. But there again, I've been living there 25 years. I have a home there. There's people, elderly people who have been there longer, and they're afraid of the rodents. They're afraid that it may be some possible drug activity. They're getting very concerned. It's on the main street of Gloria Switch. We've tried talking to the young man. I actually tried to talk to him on yesterday. I was going to try to resolve it, as part of the community. Basically, he said, this is my property. I'm not starting a business, and I do what I want. So I just don't know where we can go with this. I appreciate any support with urgency. I've been very patient since October, to try and get some help. But appreciate anything. It's, Sergeant St. Julia here has been very helpful. He's tried to also speak to the young man. There's a lot of elderly people who wanted to come because they're walking with walkers now. Of course, they could not come out this evening. I've left some messages also for you, Mr. Nakan, to see how you can help us in this. It's like he's saying it's not a business, but it's getting pretty bad. If you look at the pictures I went out of town on Saturday. By the time I came back, there was 3 or 4 more trailers and cars that were backed up against my fence. And he sees nothing wrong with it. I mean, I could spend $2 grand and put a fence, but it's not going to stop the rodents. My neighbor shared with me this morning while I was out for a walk. He said, I saw 2 field rats coming across the street. Like I said, they've come out, sheriff departments have been out there. I think they suspect something, but they're also now starting to sit. They pulled a storage shed against my fence. They're sitting in there, and there's some kind of conjugation going on there. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's platonic, if it's neutral conversation. I don't know if he's just a hoarder. I can't tell you anything about the young man, but it's concerning and alarming being in the community for so long to see your property just depreciate. So I thank you all for your time, and hopefully that we can take some action, look at the cases that have been closed already, and hopefully you can help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The pictures.
Good evening, Council. My name is Loomis St. Julian. I am a retired 33-year Command Sergeant Major with the 256 Infantry Brigade here in Lafayette. That's right, Mayor. I know. Listen, my neighbor, she just elaborated on a lot of things that I'm not going to really go over. But I would like you all to look at those pictures. The pictures are good, but you have to get someone out there on that property to go and look and see what is actually he is hoarding on there. He actually has now 7 cars on the property, broken cars. Now, I know I have addressed this issue with Mr. Wiltz, with Joseph Wiltz. It was around August, September of last year. And I have, excuse me, I have been keeping in touch with him about the matter, and he has been helpful in working with us. But the issue that we're having, that if we don't address this individual is going to have our neighborhood, which is roughly 50 to 60 homes, and the neighbors have spoken to me and I've spoken to them, it's going to look like a junkyard. I mean, when you drive up into our neighborhood, Council, that's the first thing you see is a wrecking yard with all of these vehicles, lawnmowers, junk, trash all over. Now, I have soldiers that works for the sheriff department that I know that patrols that area, and they have spoken to me. They have come and said, Sergeant Major, we've stopped vehicles coming from that home 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and individuals have had drugs. So there, and I'm also suspecting that it may be a little bit of that's going on there, like Ms. Glover has said. But we don't have to live around that. I know anyone on the council and anyone in here would not want to live in a neighborhood where you have a hoarder like that that's just bringing junk vehicles and, trash all over the place. The summer is coming again. Last summer, the grass in his ditch was 4 feet high. Myself and several of the other neighbors went and cut the grass because it blocks the water flow and it'll flood our neighborhood. Well, the summer's coming up again. He don't care. He burns trash in his yard, and all the soot comes all over our homes and vehicles. We've seen him throwing accelerate cans, you know, I guess it was spray cans, and they're just blowing up in this barrel. You know, he burns the trees in the yard, he just throw the ashes in the ditch, and the ditch catches on fire. We need help from you guys. We need some type of ordinance, you know, for us out in the unincorporated area to address that with these broken down vehicles. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Who, Mayor?
Thank you, sir. I'm coming to you. Okay, Mr. Nuckett.
Joseph, while you cleaning the mic, what have we gotten so far? Because we do have a junk ordinance, and I don't know if Mr. Escott or somebody within legal can help me out here. What can we do? I mean, I'm getting aggravated just hearing both of them talk. I probably would be not a good neighbor because I'd fire
Kevin,
back.
do you have a question of me?
Yeah, I want to ask you kind of what have you gotten back from when we have sent the request to maybe can either EQ, or I mean, where are we at in forms of, because they're referencing you, but and obviously I got their stuff and sent it to you to get to our department for help. What are we getting back from our department heads?
Right, well, so far, we haven't gotten anything yet, because from what we understand, legal's in the process of amending the ordinance. So we're just waiting on that. What we are getting back is that they're waiting until amendments are passed, and then they could go ahead and enforce that ordinance.
So who's, go ahead, Sidra? No,
Yeah,
Paul?
I may be able to add some history, and so it might give you some comfort. Back in the end of 2020, maybe August, September time period, we were asked, legal was asked to look at the junked vehicle, specifically the junk vehicle issues, and was tasked with amending the definition of junk vehicle, because there were some minor loopholes in that people were getting around. They'd put all these cars on their property, and then they would move them slightly, and when the inspector came back, they'd say, look, it's moved, so it doesn't meet the definition of junk vehicle, and there was a problem. So we went through that process, met with the departments as to what the enforcement problems were, and then redefined the definition of junked vehicle. And that was done within a matter of 30 to 45 days. When we got to that point, there was another internal meeting, and the discussion expanded to, well, if we're doing junk vehicles, that's not the only complaints we're hearing. There's washers and dryers in the yard, there's high grass, lawnmowers, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of what you've heard tonight, the typical environmental quality problems, and with that brings rats and rodents and whatever. So the task at that point shifted gears and expanded to a total rewrite of all of the EQ issues that we had to deal with: junk vehicles, abandoned properties, movables on the property, high grass, all of that. And at that time, the discussion also led to enforcement issues. They were having trouble running these cases through city court. So the task then expanded to not only rewrite all of these codes and ordinances to address these problems, but then also rewrite it to run all of these violations through the Administrative Adjudication Bureau, which you just set up within the last 60 days. And I think a week and a half ago, we just swore in the first administrative law judge. And so that will give the enforcement teeth to the ordinance, where these violations can be processed and taken care of on a much more expedited basis. And so that's why this project has taken a little longer than normal. But I can say this: it has clearly been on an expedited basis. It is definitely going to be on a super expedited basis. But it involves a large portion of differing ordinances that we have to pull all together to get through this Administrative Adjudication Bureau.
Well, and that's probably one of the most frustrating things as a constituent or a landowner is sometimes it feels good to have an ordinance on the books, but if you don't have no teeth and you really can't go after and correct the problem, then we just passing laws to pass laws. And so I'm happy to hear that we're trying to change that. But for my constituents, do we have an idea of time frame? Is that ordinance next month, next meeting? Do we know where we at with the reconstruction of the ordinance? So then we can go after the issue with my constituents. Do you know a time frame what we're looking at?
Part of it is difficult. It's difficult to answer that question only because there are certain variables that are outside the control of the legal department because they affect other departments and enforcement issues and processes. But with that being said, I can't imagine we couldn't get something in place, or at least in a hard form ordinance type within the next 60 days.
Sure. Okay. And hopefully it don't take as long as the misdemeanor and the incarceration ordinance comes.
Right.
You know, we're still waiting on that one.
Mr. Prather.
Yeah. Still trying to get down. So at meantime, basically what you're saying is we're being told, Joseph and I, tell the constituents, we need to wait for this ordinance to be finalized in order to take care of the issue.
Well,
or do I reach out to the sheriff and we raid the house? I mean, what do we have to do to help out meantime until the ordinance comes into place?
Well, part of that question, I think, may be more appropriate for the individual departments, like the EQ department and the, but.
They come to the meeting, they're here? Okay, we might want to request them to come next meeting.
The only reason I say that is there are ordinances on the books for junk vehicles and for high grass and for abandoned property, or movable properties that's been junked on people's property, EQ issues, rodents, that types of things. They are on the books, but I'm not privy to the processes, the internal processes in those departments as to what particular difficulties they're having.
And I think, Joseph, when you reached out to them, they were telling us we're working on this ordinance that's going to give them more teeth. More teeth. But in a sense, there's nothing we can do in the meantime? I mean, is that something we need to get? I don't want to wait 60 days for something, and you're awesome. You've helped me tremendously with my constituents, and you get compliments all the time. And so this is not me talking to Joseph if it's your fault or you need to do something. You're not the director. You're not in the EQ by all means, but maybe follow up with the constituents. We'll get their information. Maybe we can follow up with EQ and say, listen, we understand the junk ordinance is being tweaked, but we don't want to wait 60 days. What do we have in place today that we can address? And in the meantime, hopefully we can get there.
And they recognize what's in place right now, but I don't know, they're just telling us that they are not enforcing anything until the new ordinance or the amendments come forward.
Yeah. So
that
even the
directive
tall
would have to
grass,
come from the administration.
the tall grass ordinances?
No, the tall grass ordinance this is applicable only to the junk vehicles.
Junk vehicles, okay.
So that directive that you're asking would have to come from the administration or the department.
Administration, I ask that you work with me on this, please, and take care of that. Okay, you got your mic hot? All right, that's all I have. I'm working on it, and I'll try to help as much as I can.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubin.
Okay, and Kevin, to your, and to Mr. St. Julian, and I forget your name, man, but, yes, man, there you go. I'm having the same issue in my neighborhood too, and I've called, and what I've been told was the process that goes on, if it's a junk vehicle, they have 30 days. The sheriff goes out there, and they have 30 days to remove it, and then after 30 days, if they don't remove it, they're supposed to come and tow it away from themselves and give them a bill. So what happens is, like he said, they'll take the vehicle,
And they move it and come back.
and they move it from here to here, and then they just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? So technically, it's not a junk vehicle anymore. Or they'll be, or like in my case, they're selling vehicles from there, and we're in a neighborhood, but there's no ordinance to say that they can't put, in other words, like you said, they could put a slop farm next to us because there's no ordinance out in the rural areas.
Oh, no, they can't put no slap farm. We got rules in the
I'm just saying, though, you know what I'm saying? They can come and do whatever they want to do because there's no ordinance. So it's not like you guys aren't the first ones, because I'm working on one right now, and I got the senator on my back because it's by his house, and he's on my back right now because of it. You know, so we're working on it, trust me, we're aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. Mayor President.
Mrs. Glover and Mr. St. Julian, you're Sergeant Major, right? Yes. Sergeant Major St. Julian. So sorry to keep you guys, but Councilman Nakam, if we could, over the next week, work on it. Paul, I know you're working with the council, and Greg, if we could also, I know on a first offense, at minimum, we should send it to the Bureau, civil fine, I get all that, and I think the answers will, or solutions can be given a lot quicker through Judge Broussard at the administrative law judge level. But Paul and Greg, I would like to look into this. On a second offense or more, I would like to consider a criminal element to this. But we can talk about it. I know there's some legalities that we'd have to work on, but we don't want to create a situation like we're in right now where you have an ordinance. We do have an ordinance. Just obviously there's some issues, either whether teeth to the bite or something. So look forward to working with the council and the legal department. So thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I have one that I'm working in my district that will probably top all of yours.
Uh-oh.
Where I've got raw sewage being pumped into the street and to the yards. Okay, all right. Ms. Williams, any other public comments, speakers? None? I declare this parish council meeting adjourned. Thank you. Adjourned.
I'm going to have Councilman Nakhan lead us in prayer and Councilman Lewis lead us in the pledge.
Heavenly Father, we come to you at this hour, asking for your blessing and your help as we're there gathered together. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
As presiding officer and chair, I'd like to announce the following. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on the agenda, please fill out the speaker form and submit it to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to Council Clerk Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. The 3-minute rule is in effect, and when addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only, and food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Please silence all phones and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by resolution, not by Robert's Rule of Order. All documents with reference to the meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, council encourages your involvement on boards and commissions. If interested, call 291-8800. Chair announcements. Due to the Mardi Gras holidays, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays. Meetings will return to their typical schedule on April. The first Protect the City Committee meeting will be held March 16th at 11 a.m. here in the auditorium. There will be a special city council meeting called directly following this regular meeting. I would like to wish a happy birthday to Adam Marcentel, Civil Service Director. He will celebrate March 15th. Happy birthday, Adam. Notice is hereby given that the meeting will be held Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 5:30 at the Council Auditorium, 705 West University, Lafayette, Louisiana. The Lafayette City Council plans to consider a resolution ordering and calling an election to be held the City of Lafayette, State of Louisiana, to authorize the renewal of ad valorem taxes therein. I do not have any announcements. I'm not seeing any fellow council members having announcements. We will move to the mayor, who's not here. Moving right along. Joint resolutions. This is a public hearing, and speaker forms are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy? Is anyone here? I'm here.
Joint Resolution 007-2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 1600 12th Street to an adjourning landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 47:2202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Great job, B, dusting off the old reading skills from when you used to do that. Way back in the day. I have a motion by Lazard, a second by Nakhan, I heard. A council discussion. I'm not seeing anything. Let's go to public comment.
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 1?
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Resolution 8-2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 615 Lafayette Street to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 47:2202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Cook, second by Lewis. Not seeing any council discussion. Do we have public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4? Yes. District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. The motion to adopt is approved.
I'm going to take a step back to the executive mayor president's report. I'm told that Lori does in fact have something, so Lori, the floor is yours.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I was a little bit slow pushing the button. We are required to talk about our budget to actual report of all major funds. It is included on this agenda, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it now or at a later time.
Sure. I'm not seeing council members have any concerns. I'm not seeing anyone buzz in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you for joining us. We were just jumping back to your report. Is there anything that you would like to add?
No excuses for me being late. I apologize.
All good.
Talking to some guys about drainage in the back, I'm sure y'all wouldn't be too upset about that, but I have nothing to add. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. All right, we're jumping back, my apologies, to number 7. Sydney, will you please read?
Joint Resolution 9, 2021, a joint resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 2210 Moss Street to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
I have a motion by Lazard, a second by Nakhan. Any council discussion? I'm not seeing any public comment. All right, let's go to vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4? Yes. District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
Moving on to ordinances for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker forms are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, will you please read?
City Ordinance 21, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute an electric franchise agreement with the City of Scott.
I have a motion by Cook, second by Lewis. Council discussion. Councilman Nakhan, you have the floor.
I'm under the impression and understanding that this still has not been passed through the Scott Council. That is still pending. I'd like to get some answers to that, please.
Mayor, would you like to do that? Give me 1 second. Your mic is live.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it has not. It's up for final adoption. It's Scott, and my understanding is April. I would ask the council to support this initiative. I ask that you don't defer it. Our LUS financial, I was going to say CFO, but the individuals that work with our CFO over at LUS and Jeff Stewart and all those guys have put a lot of effort in this. They would not seek one of these endeavors if it didn't make financial sense, number one. Number two, this ordinance only gives me permission to sign a contract if Scott agrees. So if the Scott City Council doesn't approve it, then it would be moot. If the council does grant it, then we would enter into a contract. And then the third point, just to remind everyone, we're not invading Scott, okay? It's only for new customers only that have a choice to seek LUS or to another utility system. So, thank you.
So we're not going to be futile in our efforts here if we pass this tonight.
If you defer or if you grant it?
No, we pass it tonight, it's just not going to be for nothing, in other words, what you're thinking. That we could move forward with this if Scott decides to move forward, that there's a possibility it could happen.
That's correct. Okay. So it would be in the hands of
in
the
essence,
City
so
Council.
if we don't pass it tonight, if it is deferred, it doesn't affect it in any way except the rate on Scott to make sure that they're approving, correct?
You are technically correct. Again, I would ask to not do that. I would ask the council to go ahead and grant it, only because it could potentially delay our LUS personnel from doing what they need to do to make good business decisions.
I understand. A constituent sent some questions in, and I'd like to there's 9 of them to answer. Would you like me to give you a copy of the questions so you could look at them quickly, and maybe somebody from LUS?
Give me the easy questions, give Lowell Duyon the hard ones. He's back.
Okay, I mean, it's really pretty cut and dry as far as I'm concerned. Who could come forward just to answer some basic questions? I'll give you a copy of them to look at it if you like.
And I'll defer to the chair how you want to handle that.
That's fine. Lowell's coming up. Do you just want to go? Do you have a copy?
And they had both questions. Both ordinances had the same questions, essentially.
Okay.
I think I know the answers, but I think it'd be better if it came from somebody from LUS.
All right, Lowell Duyon, Interim Director of Lafayette Utilities. I'm just looking at this for the first time. So
basically, the first question says, since when does the LCG make and sign a franchise agreement for a city-owned utility system? The utility department shall function in accordance with conditions, including the current or future bond resolutions, covenants, except for that the reference to the city and our Lafayette Public Utilities Authority then shall refer to the city council as the governing authority. The city council can only approve a city agreement. Well, at this point, that's what we're here for, to approve a city agreement and negotiations in order to get a contract with the city of Scott. So I think that would answer the question.
Yeah, and we actually, I spoke with Larry Marino about this, whether or not the language between Lafayette Consolidated Government versus City of Lafayette, if there's a big difference in this franchise agreement, and he assured me that there was nothing.
Correct.
So we were good
so,
there.
And basically what we're doing is just trying to we're trying to sell electricity to have more income for LUS is basically what this is all about.
Pretty much, yep.
Since LUS is not under the Louisiana Public Service Commission jurisdiction, but under the Lafayette City Council, LUS PSC jurisdiction, then who will the Scott customers elect to the LUS Public Service representatives? Well, they won't have any.
No, they
They're
won't.
customers.
It'll be you guys, basically.
They're just customers is all they are.
That's
They're
right.
basically buying a service from our utilities company, which the cities of Lafayette people, the residents of Lafayette own.
That's correct. Similar to our franchise agreement with them with the water.
Right.
They really don't have any representation anyway, either, except for you guys.
And it's similar to most electrical supply companies. They sell a product to a customers. That's what we're doing.
That's pretty much.
Okay. Customers/voters outside the LUS PSC could demand representation on the LUS Public Service Commission. I don't think so.
I don't
see how that could
LUS
happen.
doesn't have a public service commission.
No.
But I think
No.
what they're expecting is the city council.
Right. I mean, they have no representation on the council, so they couldn't demand anything there, I don't think. How will the Scott ratepayers be represented on the Lafayette City Council that set their rates? Well, they won't be. They're basically customers. They're
Same.
buying a product from
Yep,
us.
that's right.
It's an agreement that they come to us for, and we come to an agreement and a contract. It's like any service that's provided under a contract.
That's correct.
Okay. Why are we charging equal rates to non-owners when LUS already has an out-of-city rate? We aren't charging equal rates, if my understanding is correct, that they are paying a higher rate.
They are out of city rates, that's correct.
Okay, so they aren't getting the basic price that our customers in the city of Lafayette get. They aren't getting the same price.
They are not. That's what you said, right?
The council only needs to create non-city rates for all others. Well, that's, as far as I know, set through utilities, through y'all, through LUS.
Actually, you guys set the rates. We bring them to you guys, and y'all have to.
We did set the rates years ago. Okay, so the rates have been set for a while. Okay.
That's correct.
Why are we giving the city of Scott better? Well, we're not giving them better rates. Did the city of Scott request bids for service? I would say yes.
You know, we reached out to the mayor of Scott and proposed this to him, and yeah, he was open to it, and that's how the negotiations started.
And it all started basically in some issues they had with Slimco too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I can tell you that the reason we were able to do that is because the agreement that we had with Scott, it was a contract that we had with Scott, expired, and Slimco, and Slimco decided not to renew it. It gave us the opportunity to go and compete outside the
So
city.
that was the issue with Slimco. They decided not to renew the agreement they originally had.
That just opened us up to be able to compete
They had to
outside
go
the city.
somewhere. They had to go somewhere to get service. Okay. And last but not least, the last question is, how and why is the contract for 17 years? Is that the case?
God, I didn't see that. I want to say that we wanted to tie it in with the water. I'd have to check.
Yeah.
We have a water franchise agreement with the city of Scott, and I thought maybe we were
But I
trying
don't
to
see
tie
why
it in.
the time frame would be an issue. And it also gives us time to renegotiate if we have to or whatever. I mean, they can always look for other things. So the contract is a contract, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, it's 17 years. Okay. Those were the questions to be asked. I think they were thoroughly answered. And at this point, I really don't have any problem moving forward with this. I don't know about anybody else here, but I think we can move forward with confidence that we're moving in the right direction. So I'd like to ask everyone to support this ordinance. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dion. Thank you, Mayor President.
No, thank you, Councilman. And Madam Chair, one other thought, if you get these questions respectfully for each of your districts. This is a rare occasion. Historically, if you think 20, 30 years, a lot of you guys have served previously on the council before, and you notice that there was these little monopolies granted by law, allowed by law, and this is a rare occasion. So it's my appreciation of history that because of what Mr. Dion said, the contract wasn't renewed. This did open up an opportunity for capitalism, basically, and I can't say it any other way. So the citizens of Scott would have a choice, and we would respect that. So thank you for your consideration.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and I have a motion and a second. Do
feel
we
like it.
have any,
Moved.
motion second, motion by Nakhan, second by Lazard. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 4? Yes. District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 22, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute a street lighting agreement with the City of Scott.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Cook, second by Lewis. Council discussion. Mr. Nakhan, you have the floor.
Yes, going back to this ordinance, naturally, I had the same list of questions for this ordinance, so we're not going to run through that again, but just to let the constituent know that basically the answers are the same, that one goes hand in hand with the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakhan. Okay, do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4? Yes. The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 25, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council declaring the building or structure located at 509 Gerald Drive, Lafayette, Louisiana, owned by James Fred Van Landingham Jr. and Kristen Stewart Van Landingham, care of Gerald J. Block, attorney appointed, to be dilapidated and dangerous to the public welfare, and ordering the condemnation of same.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Lewis, second by Cook. Do I have council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 28, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council declaring the City of Lafayette's intention to acquire full ownership of that adjudicated property located at 100 and 102 Denver Circle within the City of Lafayette.
So moved.
Can I, motion by Nakhan, second by Cook. Council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 29, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council declaring the Digby Road Detention Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
I have a motion by Cook.
Second.
Second by Nakhan. Council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Public comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 30, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council declaring the Lake Farm Road Detention Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
I have a motion by Cook. I'm going to go second by Lazard. Council discussion? Not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 31, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council providing for the abandonment of a 5-foot access and drainage servitude on Lot 130A of Old Town at Mill Creek, Phase 3A subdivision, located at 108 Homestead Lane.
Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
I have a motion by Cook, second by Nakhan. Council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, go to a vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
All right, consider for appointment by council as a whole for boards and commissions. Cindy, will you please read?
Appointment to the Lafayette Civil Service Board for the remainder of an unexpired 4-year term through February 28, 2022. This nomination list is provided by Ashram in lieu of Southern University.
The resumes received for consideration are from Julie Broussard, Kylie
Brundage.
Brundridge, I'm going to butcher it, sorry, Montisha Givens, Andrea Abear, and James Ziller. James Ziller is the incumbent, and the parish appointed Ziller at our last meeting, so we're going to remove him. The last one is no longer allowed to be nominated. I'm going to open the floor for nominations. Councilman Lazard?
Wait, I think we have to both agree on a nominee. We have to both agree on a nominee, don't we?
No.
We asked if we both have to agree on the nominee. No, we don't.
No.
Yeah.
Separate appointment.
Yes.
That's separate appointments.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's by different university.
Okay, so this,
I see why you think that, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Councilman Lazard, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Manshita Gibbons.
Manchika Givens is nominated by Lazard. Thank you. Can you clear your screen? Thank you. Press done. Thank you. Cook?
I'd like to nominate Julie Broussard.
Julie Broussard. I'm not seeing any other nominations, so we have Julie Broussard and Manshika Givens. Please call for a vote.
District 1,
I'm sorry, a public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go to a vote.
District 1, District 2,
Givens.
District 3,
Broussard.
District 4,
Broussard.
District 5,
Gibbons.
Manshita Givens is appointed.
Moving on to introductory ordinances, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second from a council to introduce items 16 and 17 in globo. Can I get a motion? Second? Motion by Lazard, second by Cook. Cindy, will you please read?
City Ordinance 32, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number 0N 2021-0005, 4000 Block Moss Street, 200 through 300 Block Maryview Farm Road rezoning, located generally north of Maryview Farm Road, west of Alley Deschaines, and south of Acorn Drive, being rezoned from residential single-family to residential single-family. City Ordinance 33, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code and the official map of the city of Lafayette, providing for the annexation of additional land into the corporate limits of the city of Lafayette, Louisiana. Case number 0N 2021-0006, 507 Crestlawn Drive annexation, located generally north of Crestlawn Drive, east of Blue Rose Lane, and west of Perrette Drive, and assigning a zoning classification of residential single-family District 4.
Council discussion? Not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote to introduce in globo 16 and 17.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4, District 5,
Yes.
District 1. The motion to introduce in globo is approved.
Moving on to joint introductory ordinances. Cindy, will you please read?
Joint Ordinance 12, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and Lafayette Parish Council declaring the Homewood Drive Detention Pond Project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way and movable property and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
Motion and a second. Motion by Cook, second by Lewis. Council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5,
No.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
The motion to introduce is approved.
All right, I'm going to adjourn the city council meeting and call to order the city council special meeting. It is now in order. Chair announcements. Due to the Mardi Gras holiday, city council meetings for February and March have been scheduled the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month instead of the first and third. Meetings will return to normal in April. The first Protect the City Committee will be held March 16th at 11 a.m. here in this auditorium. This is an ordinance to consider extending LUS Fiber services to Iberia Parish. This is a public hearing and speaker forms are available for anyone wishing to address the council. 3-minute rule does apply. Before moving on to the ordinance, I will defer to legal to explain why there is a need to call a special meeting.
Yeah.
Legal,
We
you
don't
have
need
the
to,
floor.
we don't need to do that for a special meeting. That's only in an emergency, so that was put there in error.
Well, I was just reading what you told me to be. I was only doing what I
You
was
read it
told.
well.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Cindy, will you please read?
City Ordinance 34, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from the United States Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration in the amount of $3,100,000 for the Acadiana Fiber Optics Infrastructure Improvement Project, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $3,100,000 in grant funds received, recognizing and appropriating said grant funds, along with the appropriation of required matching funds in the amount of $778,890 within the Communications System Department, authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into and sign any and all contracts and other documents necessary, incidental, convenient, or desirable to provide for the receipt and expenditure of said grant funds in accordance with the terms of said grant, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer through the Lafayette Mayor President to make administrative budget revisions to comply with the requirements of this ordinance.
Do I have a motion and a second? I have a motion by Nakhan, seconded by Lazar. Council discussion. Councilman Lewis, I'm sorry, Councilman Lazar, you have the floor.
Just a couple of quick questions. I guess I'll direct this to the mayor, I guess, or.
Sure, we can start there.
Wants to answer it.
Your mic's hot, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly, we're not going to turn down a $3 million grant.
Correct.
The 778,890 matching, first of all, where is that coming from?
That would come out of LUS Fiber's budget. And just to add to it, it would be, if we gained no other new clients from this particular operation, we would recoup that in about 18 months. But we do anticipate additional clients.
Okay.
Customers, sorry.
And this is primarily to serve the business corridor along Highway 90?
Right, and I don't want to steal the thunder of our LUS Fiber awesome director, and Celeste is also here, who has been instrumental. These two ladies have worked very hard on this. But to answer your question while y'all are walking up is yes. And if Celeste could add to it, or Kayla, okay. And look, these two ladies have worked hard. When they first briefed me on this was pretty interesting.
So the grant is to extend services to several business parks throughout Lafayette Parish, St. Martin Parish, and Iberia Parish. So there's several business parks that we will
But
be.
it's primarily along the Highway 90 corridor, correct?
There is some services along Highway 90 corridor, yes.
Okay, and
But we are going into New Iberia as well.
how far south does it go? To the port?
No, it's not going all the way to the port. So we're going into the airport, which is the Acadiana Regional Airport, and then we're going into downtown New Iberia, but we're not going all the way to the port of Iberia.
So we are going to be serving some residential customers possibly?
So we will have ability to serve residential customers. We are building capacity to do that. However, this grant is not for residential customers. It's specific to business development.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Will you
Thank
X
you,
out your mic, please? Thank you. Councilman Lewis, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you guys are still up there. Understand it's going, like Mr. Lazar was talking about, on the Highway 90 corridor, correct? We going south, going toward New Iberia. Businesses only, that's what the grant is for, correct? But going north, we have Amazon that's coming there. We also have FedEx, you have Walmart and Super One. That's Lafayette Parish. But then we're going to leave Lafayette Parish and go into another parish, like you guys just said, St. Martin Parish. But what about what's going on the corridor of Highway 9? Again, everyone knows that Amazon is coming within the summer, around August. So are you guys planning on, who's going to answer? Who
So,
are you planning on?
so we do plan on continuing our current expansion efforts within Lafayette Parish, which if Amazon takes service from us, we will extend to them as well. So, we will continue those efforts. This is just a separate and apart from that.
Okay, but again, when I read the paper, when this first came out, it said Lafayette going south and also west to Scott. But again, we are servicing going towards south in other parishes. And I would like to see, really, we take care of Lafayette Parish. Even though in Scott, that's still Lafayette Parish. Broussard, Lafayette Parish. Carencro, Lafayette Parish. But we're not extending to Carencro unless, like you just said, if Amazon would like to take. You have Walmart and Super One in Carencro. Are y'all expanding there already? No?
So just to build on what Celeste said, so we are not stopping our current expansion projects to then divert all of our attention to this specific expansion project. This is going to be coupled with our current construction, our current plans to continue expanding throughout Lafayette Parish. So we're not halting any of that to focus on this. We're going to be doing both at the same time.
I understand it, but why wasn't included?
Councilman, if I could add to that, maybe it might help.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Why wasn't it included Carencro going south instead of Lafayette going south? That's my basic question. Yes, sir.
Well, to answer that question is, so this opportunity to expand to the areas where we expanded, it happens to be the south and to the west, is because of the grant. And we were one of the few companies, telecommunication companies in the country, well, in this area, we're the only one that would qualify that because we're municipally owned. The second thing I would add to everybody, to all our council members and anyone listening, for years, we always hear, run government like a business, run it like a business. Well, there's some sensitivities to government, but this actually is a business. And the part of a business is to get customers, new customers, and we just happen to be in an opportunity where the federal government's going to pay $3.1 or $3.2 million of an overall close to $4 million project. So it makes financial sense to take the money because Lafayette, the city of Lafayette benefits. The goal for LUS Fiber years to come is to be in a position like LUS where they're paying an ILOT. They're not even in that position right now. We're not even in that position. But I do believe efforts like this will help us get there. And expanding to the north, to the southeast, west, wherever it makes sense financially and from a business standpoint, we should explore. And they are. They're doing a good job.
Again, I want to see this happen. I'm not against it at all. I'm for it. But my concern is that we have in Lafayette Parish a big corporation coming, and we also have areas of, again, FedEx, we have the Target on Louisiana Avenue. We have all these areas I don't believe that have fiber right now. And again, I'm just questioning why it wasn't from all of Lafayette Parish going south. And understand what the mayor is saying about running like a business, that still doesn't stop it. Because we have a big company that's coming in the Carencro area that people are going to take advantage of it from, I don't care where they come from, Baton Rouge, Lake Charles. And it's especially Lafayette Parish. And I'm for the, what's going on, but again, I think Lafayette Parish all of Lafayette Parish should be involved in this, what's going on right now, not just Lafayette going south. I mean, the Port of Iberia, well, we're not going to Port of Iberia, but downtown in New Iberia, that's fine. But I don't think you can compare with FedEx and Amazon.
So the grant was very specific on its requirements, and those areas met those requirements, which is why we went there. And we partnered with APC through this project, which is, they brought this specific need to us, and that's the avenue.
Well, I have no problem with it. Again, I will support it, but my thoughts, my observation is that I don't care who you guys partner with, Carencro is right there. Y'all could include that in there and maybe not go all the way to downtown out in New Iberia. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that. I do not know. I'm just saying that I don't see why Carencro was not involved. That's my point. The north of Lafayette.
Well, I share in Councilman Lewis's enthusiasm. Do y'all?
Yeah, so
I'm with him.
So
Yeah.
we're all in agreement. We
Yeah.
want to serve
Yeah,
all
north-
of Lafayette Parish.
Right, okay.
I want to serve Amazon.
Right,
I mean, we're all on board. And this project, it's my understanding that those areas
Right.
did not qualify for this specific money, but that does not mean that we are not actively looking for additional federal
Okay.
grant funds
Sure.
to do
Yeah.
those projects and those
Yeah.
areas.
Okay.
But a project like this will
Yeah.
spur our cash flow to be able to continue expanding in our desired area a lot faster.
I just don't
So
want
it's
to,
a-
I just
we
do
won't
not.
forget them.
I just do not want to forget, I'm sorry, I kept saying Carencro, but not Lafayette.
absolutely.
Upper Lafayette, not Lafayette, I don't care what it's called.
All of it.
Because it's talking about going south. That's where my concern is.
Mhm.
South when you have a North Lafayette. So
Absolutely.
that's my concern, you know, okay, thank you.
And also, Councilman, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, but we do service Carencro to a degree. All of our municipalities have an opportunity.
Yes, we do have service
Yeah,
within.
I understand residential, but this is a business grant. That's what I'm talking about, not residential. This is a business grant.
Yes, and we
okay?
do have some services, I believe, in downtown Carencro business area.
Okay, I just don't want to forget North Lafayette, that's all.
There's no forgetting North Lafayette.
Yes,
I'm on
sir.
Councilman Lewis's side.
There's no forgetting us.
I don't want to forget, because Amazon is coming, you know, and I
Yes,
want to
sir.
be ready for it. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you mind Xing out?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Councilman Nakhan, you have the floor.
I had one question for understanding. Had we tried to include North Lafayette in this grant, we would not have gotten the grant. Is that my understanding? Had we tried to include North Lafayette, which didn't qualify for the grant, we would not have gotten the grant. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay.
If we included
So
areas that didn't qualify,
that
those would be
clarifies the
restricted.
reason for the grant going south, is that's where it qualified for the money. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lazar, you have the floor.
This is on another topic, and hopefully y'all can answer. I mean, I know y'all can answer because that's what y'all do. But where do we stand in terms of addressing the digital divide, especially as it pertains to underserved segments of the population and lower income population?
So we have a couple different initiatives that we are working on. One is our partnership with the Lafayette Parish School System, specifically identifying those households in need with school-age children. So obviously, when this pandemic hit, it skyrocketed the necessity of our services. So it went from being a luxury to a need, just like any other utility. And so while we saw a huge demand in our services and tried to address it on every front, it really became the school-age children that became the highest priority. And so that's where we focused our immediate attention and have been able to partner with the Lafayette Parish School System to provide services to all of those households that fit their requirements, those qualifications. But we are working additionally to qualify for certain federal funds to be able to offer like federally approved programs for all low-income households. And we are still actively working on that. That isn't complete yet, but it's one of our big priorities. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Lewis, you have the floor.
I just want to follow up Mr. Nakhan's question. You're saying that you guys did include North Lafayette? And no, what was your question again?
The monies were qualified strictly for what was approved with the grant, which was Highway 90 and West. If they'd have tried to include North Lafayette, they wouldn't have gotten the grant.
Yeah, that's my point. If you guys, like what he's asking,
North
if
Lafayette
y'all include North Lafayette, the grant probably wouldn't have happened.
It didn't
Correct.
qualify.
Correct.
It didn't
It wouldn't have
qualify.
qualified.
It wouldn't have.
It would not have, it would not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not seeing any more council discussion. Thank you, ladies, so much. Appreciate it. Veronica, do we have any public comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to introduce is approved.
This ordinance will be on the March 23rd City Council meeting agenda for final adoption. I did enjoy, but I also adjourned the City Council special meeting. Thank you all.
Journey.
Everyone have a good night. Thank you.
You enjoyed the journey.